that's a no-go. Shake it, shake it. Senoritas going loco. Shake it, shake it. Make it bounce like a pogo. All my haters see rojo. They big mad cause they coming up short like Frodo. Activate the beast mode. I keep it hot, give your brain a heat stroke. You ain't a big shot, you some basic B-roll. The world is mine, like my name's Pacino. Hey, it's Nico, I guess I'm back. Catch me in the fast lane on the right track. And my shorty is a 10 like a dime bag. Got me feeling like a millie, check the price tag. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip-hop, ain't no time for piss stop. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip-hop, cause my style. No time for daydreams. All my brothers get money, we call it gangrene. Just another day, but our focus still on the same thing. Us against everyone else, I recommend you change teams. Who the hottest in the city? We the top two. You said your music was litty, but that is not true. Just being honest, you should really just stop, fool. Matter of fact, empty no pockets, give me that watch too. My mind is wicked, that's why I spit it so hostile. Freaky girls in the crib, it's like I live in a brothel. All I spit is Leviticus, but I'm not an apostle. My nuts hang low, long and they colossal. Black trader black, she messiah to the misfits. Run circles, run these rappers till my shit splits. You a little late to the party, baby, I been lit. If you ain't on the friend list, you better mind your business. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip-hop, ain't no time for piss stop. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip-hop, cause my style.
Match found.
These guys caught me in a mood. Bad luck for them.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go! Watch out!
Someone's me.
I'll return.
Flash!
Last player standing. Spike down mid. Flawless.
I'll outshine all their aliens.
Gotta go! Gotta go! Nice try!
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Time to jump. Killed them.
30 seconds left.
That Phoenix won't be smiling when I'm done with him.
Go, go, go!
Sorry, mate.
I'm out of here! I'm out of here! Go, go, go! Coming through! Gotta go!
Someone's A.
Careful here!
Decoy. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy defender spawn.
There! Watch out!
Anyone else?
One enemy remaining.
This is finished.
Have one of these.
Last round in the half.
Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Coming through.
I'll handle this. Many enemies B. My buzzer broke. Come on, let's go!
Go away.
Embarrassing.
Drop in a smoke.
Here.
All right. Refreshing.
Careful now.
Spike down A.
Have one of these.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
One by one.
Spike planted.
Switching sides.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going.
Even if you're the only one.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Don't hold back.
Gotta go. Stock it. Go, go, go. This way. I'm out of here. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted B.
I'm out of here. Drop in a smoke. Reloading.
Spike down B.
Gotta go. Hey. Enemy
Reload.
spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Watch your eyes!
Right here.
30 seconds left.
That was their
Reloading.
best. Huh. All right. They'll hit back.
Or at least they should. Gotta go!
Gentlemen are not looking.
Go, go, go! Take this! I'm out of here! This way! I'm out of here!
La, 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 la.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Catch!
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Ten seconds left.
Let's go.
Pod out of charges.
Aye, where to? Go, go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here! Gotta go!
Gives him nothing.
Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Gotta go! I'm out of here!
Fake teleport.
I'm out of here!
My ult is ready.
Take this! Got
Spike down A.
back like I never left!
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Mm.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
Out of charges. Good try, idiots.
Match point.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here! Gotta go! Go, go, go! Out of charges!
Shadows traveling.
Spike down.
You're dead!
Enemy and
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B. Decoy.
Last player standing.
Ready.
Sudden death.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Gotta go! Gotta go! Go, go, go! Gotta go!
cover going out. Cover going out.
Enemy spotted mid. Reloading. I'm out of here.
Decoy.
Spike down B.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
Enemy defender spawn.
There. Go, go, go! Watch out! Gotta go!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Gotta go!
Here.
I'm out of here. Out of charges. Almost out.
10 seconds left.
Here we go!
Defenders win.
What did I say? Don't mess with me.
Same score. Nice. Rather start ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ.
I got the juice like a snow cone. Ice in my veins and a cold flow. I'm getting cash overseas by the boatload. You wanna ride my wave? That's a no-go. Senoritas going loco. Make it bounce like a pogo. All my haters see rojo. They big mad cause they coming up short like Frodo. Activate the beast mode. I keep it hot, give your brain a heat stroke. You ain't a big shot, you some basic B-roll. The world is mine like my name's Pacino. Hey, it's Nico. I guess I'm back. Catch me in the fast lane on the right track. And my shorty is a 10 like a dime bag. Got me feeling like a millie, check the price tag. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip hop, ain't no time for pit stop. Got the party jumping like crisscross. Got the gold chain and the wristwatch. Pull up on the scene like a big shot. EDM and hip hop, it's my style.
Ah. What was my project name? Hmm. American Sign Language. Sign Language Detection. Let's see, was it the same name or not? Sign. This is deduction. ಏನಿದು ಕಥೆ ಅಂತ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ let's see. Update issue template. Issue template. Past issues. Bug record creator report. This level clear and passage. Click on scroll down, see requested behavior, clear features requested. This app AI implemented a server model which will be trained with mobile network to architecture using 5 years on Android student and Android device in developer mode using USB debug. ಏನು ನೀವು ರಿಂಗ್ ಐತಲ್ಲ ಇದು clone the repository step 1 open the Android studio from the chosen open an existing project build an Android studio project install and run the app ಇದು ಆಪ್ ಇದು wait ಇದು ಆಪ್ ಇದು mode of control ಏನಪ್ಪ I think this is not what I want. App ಬೇಡ ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ app no response action recognition Python and scikit-learn.
So this is exactly the project in which we will be working today. You can see that this is a sign language detector. We are currently detecting different signs I am doing with my hands. These are 3 signs I have selected from the American Sign Language alphabet. From this alphabet I have over here, I have selected the letter A, the letter B and the letter L, but obviously we could apply exactly the same process to absolutely any other symbol, absolutely any other sign from this alphabet or from any other sign language alphabet from any other country. So this is exactly a project in which we will be working on today's tutorial. This will be 100% in Python. We are going to be using OpenCV media pipe. We are going to be detecting the landmarks from our hands. So this is going to be an amazing tutorial, and let's get started. So this is exactly the project in which we are going to be working today. And now let me show you the PyCharm project I created for today's tutorial. We are going to work with these 3 requirements. Obviously, please remember to install these requirements before starting with this tutorial. We are going to
PyCharm ಐತಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ PyCharm ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ನೋಡಿ PyCharm community edition ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಯಾಕೋ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇದು ಇದೇನೋ ಇದು ಓಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ phasmophobia ಇಂದ ಆಯ್ತಾರ allowed threats protection history ಅದೇ ತೋರ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಬರ್ತಿರೋದು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಡು ಇದು ಆಯ್ತಿರೋದೇ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಇವಾಗ ಆಯ್ತು ಏನೋ ಇದು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಐತೆ Yes, I need finish launch पण इंडियन next next and then create associate, yes, correct, madam. Create add bin folder to update path variables, restart method. ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಓ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಮಾಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವನು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್. Project name selection. Page. Parts view and the bottom again. Okay. Your Python file.
To work with OpenCV, MediaPipe. This is a very important library we are going to use today, and we're also going to work with scikit-learn. So these are the requirements for today's tutorial, and now let me tell you about the project, about the process in which we are going to be working today. This will be a
이디엔가 뭐 널널 맞서에 들어가는 게 Python console 아 인지 에디터 파츠는 오픈 시리즈에서 original estilo I'm not able to see the so can you help me on this project? Open source facility original I think so. Namaste, Ramai. I think so. Install that. Media play. Media play. Oh, the original. Zero point nine zero one. 0.901 original error. Will not find this media platform integration between 이사를 미쳐다고 말해. Okay. Oh yeah.
In this video, you will learn how to install MediaPipe in a Python project in PyCharm IDE. So I have opened the Python project in PyCharm in which I want to install MediaPipe library. Now to install MediaPipe, we will click on this file here, then go to this new project setup, and then we will select this settings for new projects here. Now we will click on this Python interpreter, and from this drop down, we will select the correct Python interpreter for which we want to install MediaPipe. For me, I will select this interpreter, which is present inside this Hello World project. Please be cautious while selecting this interpreter here, because if you select the incorrect interpreter, then you won't be able to import the MediaPipe successfully in your Python projects. And as soon as we select this interpreter, we will see all the packages here that are installed for this Python interpreter. Now we will click on this plus icon here, which will open up a new window of available packages. And now to install MediaPipe, we will search for MediaPipe in the search box. Here it is. we will select this and click on install package here. The installation is in progress. It might take some time to install MediaPipe. Once this is installed, we will see this message of successful installation, which is this package MediaPipe installed successfully. Now we will close this window from here, and here we will see multiple packages which are installed just now, and we will also see this MediaPipe here which was not present earlier. Now we will click on OK, which will close this window as well. Now we will verify the installation by importing MediaPipe, and for that we will write some code in an empty Python file, and we will write import MediaPipe. Then we will also print the version of MediaPipe. So for that we will say print and MediaPipe dot underscore underscore version underscore underscore. Now to run this particular program, we will right click on this program.
Kannada server installing details. Likely current media will request Python 3.0 or latest version in your virtual environment. Python also not. Python also technology. Answer. That the program does not just support you need to create new virtual environment with Python feature. I so download ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು see which Python is required to media pipe to filter on the following was recreate a virtual environment. Also, different applications to install the firmware. Okay, right. Python ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು Python filter. Download ಇದು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಫೈಲ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಫೈಲ್ಸ್ ವಿಂಡೋಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ಸ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತಿದೆ ಸರಿ ಅದು ಮಾರ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಕೇಳೋಣ ಅದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ರೀಲೋಡ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಐತೆ First page, control C, control startup. Using other services because the voucher was created in particular. Hey, assalamu alaikum. When create our yeah, hello. Reacted the well. Let's see the result. Oh, there is not avatar. Okay, nice. Remove avatar. Even after deactivation, still Abba. No stars are lacking places, special days, in task. Now, can someone new project? Yes, details. Two. Exam, Python version 310 देखा देते ठीक है 310 आता 310 and create this window इधर लगा वो हमारा है let's see about the minute left इन्नो project थोड़ा सा कर लिया और लेटर में हो सकता
Here and there, here, farm, E-I-E-I-O. With a here and a there, here, there, everywhere.
क्या देखना है?
McDonald's had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
3.8.
And on his farm he had a dog, E-I-E-I-O. With a old McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he had some sheep, E-I-E-I-O. With a here and a there, here, there.
क्या एरिया लाती है?
learn.
ಅವಾಗಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಡೋರ್ ಯಾರು ತೆಗ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಸುಳ್ಳ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅವಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
So these are the requirements for today's tutorial, and now let me tell you about the project, about the process in which we are going to be working today. This will be a 3 steps process, and this is actually a very
ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಗಂಟೆ
very classical machine learning process. We are
ಬಕೆಟ್
going
ಅಂತ
to start
ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊ
with the data preparation, the data creation. Then we're going to train the model, and then we're going to test how this model performs. So these are the 3 steps in which we are going to be working today.
Create data set. What? Create.
Now, in order to get started with this tutorial, I have already created a script which is going to be super helpful in order to create our dataset. This is a script I have already created, so we can save some time while we are working on today's tutorial, so we can focus our energy on everything else, because everything else
ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕೋರ್ಸ್.
today, and we
Ah, Instagram. Advanced properties, right? Hello, hello. ಇವಾಗ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. That's right. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೂರು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದಾ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಇದೆ ಕಣ ಅದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಹೊಂಟೋಯ್ತು ಯಪ್ಪ ಮನೆ. ಈಗ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಥಾನ್ ಪೈಥಾನ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೆಂಗೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು.
McDonald had a farm.
ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಸುರ್ಪುರಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಪಿ ಪೈಥಾನ್
E-I-E-I-O.
ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೆಟರ್. ಓಕೆ ಪೈಥಾನ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಪಿ ಪೈಥಾನ್. ಓಕೆ ನೋ ಇಟ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸಿ ಹೌ ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ಸಿದೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm he
So I have a Python file here that is using matplotlib, and as you can see, resolved. I'll show you how you can install and do is pip. If you get it, check the first link in the description to see this. On any other one thing to note is there are better ways to do it. There are more professional or more standard ways to do it is using a virtual environment. That means that you will create a virtual environment and
ಬದಲ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಇದು ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಪೈಪ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ. pip install open cv python. Okay, pip install open cv. Okay, release really ಸಿಕ್ಕುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ? This release has been yanked. ಏನೋ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂತಿದ್ದು. ಓಕೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬೇಕು? ಸೈಕಲ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಸೈಕಲ್ to ask the code to say something. We'll see. Clear data set that will be obvious. Exception occurs, file not found. Okay. Data. Let's start. Bro, ಇವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ ತಗೋ ಬ್ರೋ. Feedback on the model a single signature interface disabling support from the Control-C ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇವಾಗ ಇರೋದು ಬಾಧೆ. I think he has modified it a bit. Let me check. ಇಲ್ಲೇನ್ ಡಾಟಾ ಏನ್ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಡಾಟಾ.
So we can save some time while we are working on today's tutorial, so we can focus our energy on everything else, because everything else will be much more important. So you can see that this is my webcam and I have a message on my webcam saying ready, and if ready, press the letter Q. So the way
Take camera, install your camera inside. Copy. इधर नहीं भाई इधर. Testing. Test.py. Control S. अबे क्या दिक्कत है भाई तेरा. Okay. भाई कौन सा कैमरा यूज कर रहा है भाई तू. क्या कौन सा यूज कर रहे हैं यार. कुछ भी यूज कर लेते हैं. काम चालू हो. ये मैं करने यूज ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿಮಿಷ ತಡಿ. Screen capture dedicated animals video encoder. Dedicated capture video after animals video explorer. ಇದೇ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗುರು ಇದು ಸರಿನೇ ಹೋಯ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮವರೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹೆಂಗ್ ನಾಳೆ ಬರ್ತೀಯಾ ನಾಳೆ ಕಣೋ ಬರ್ತೀಯಾ ಬರಲ್ವೇನೋ 9
ನಾಳೆ 3 ದಿವಸ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಬಚ್ಚೆ ಬರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಒಂದು ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಬಾ ಬಾ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ನಾವು ಬರಲ್ವಾ ಬಾ ನಾಳೆ ನಾವು ಬರೋದು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾರೋ ಬಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಹಾಕು
Hello, hi. ಏನಿದು ಕತೆ ನಾವು it's not showing level and it's working. Hey, okay. So working. Okay. Select images, not py. Control C. Interface classifier. Okay, one for the file classifier. Control S. The one number of a year.
we are going to use this script, the way we are going to use this webcam, is that we are going to collect many different samples of the three symbols I just showed you, right? So what I'm going to do is, for example, for the letter A, for this symbol which represents the letter A, I'm going to do...
Okay. Correct images. So this one must run correctly. Ah, no, it's not working. Exam, right? This time it's doing this. Oh, it's delete. That's good. Okay. Control A, Control C. The camera is not loading correctly. Gap index वल्ले दबाना. Video capture one. Now let's see how it goes. इधर दबा. Let's check for this one. Yeah, ಸಾಕು. ಮೂರು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ. ಓಕೆ. ಡಾಟಾ ಸೆಟ್. ನೈಸ್. Let's see.
Many times I'm going to do this process. I'm going to move my hand towards the camera and away from the camera, and this way what I'm going to do is to create many different samples, many different examples of how the letter A looks like, right? Remember, we are building a classifier, and the way classifiers work, classifiers need data, and the more data we have, or the more diverse data we have, is going to be much better. So I am going to do this process for the letter A, then I'm going to repeat the same process for the letter B, and then I'm going to do exactly the same process for the letter L. So we're going to repeat this process.
Yes.
process for these three symbols, and this way we are going to collect our data. We are going to generate our data set that we are going to create in order to work on today's tutorial. So the idea is that once I'm ready, I press the letter Q and I start collecting symbols. I start collecting frames for all these different symbols. So let's start there. I'm going to press the letter Q and I'm going to move my hand towards the camera and away from the camera, and that's it. So now I'm going to move to the next symbol, which is something like this, and I'm going to move my hand towards the camera and away from the camera, and I'm going to do that for a few seconds, and that's pretty much all. I'm going to do the same with the letter L, and I'm going to move my hand towards the camera and away from the camera, and I'm going to show you in a few seconds how this data looks like. So this is pretty much all. Now let's go to this project directory, and I'm going to open data, and you can see I have three directories, the directory called 0, another one called 1, and another one called 2. And these are the three classes we are going to generate. We're going to classify today. Each one of these classes is encoded into a number, into each one of these numbers. And if I open one of these directories, you can see that this is me just doing the exact process I just did, just moving my camera towards the camera and away from the camera while I was talking to you in this video. So these are the samples, these are the images I have just generated. And for each one of these directories, I have 100 images, right? So I have collected 100 samples from each category, from each class. I'm going to show you.
100? I don't think it has 100, right? Oh, yeah, it has 100. I think I have to raise it in this also. Yeah. Okay, we will do this again.
For the last class, which is exactly the media, but for the letter L. So this is exactly the data we are going to use in order to train our classifier. And one of the things I want you to take from this video is that when you are working on a computer vision project, or actually any type of project, when you are approaching a project, when you want to build a solution, there will be many different ways to build this solution. There will be many different approaches you could take in order to solve the problem. That will be always the case. Given a problem, there will be many possible solutions. And the idea is that when you are starting on a project, the idea is that you consider some of these solutions, you just consider all the different ways or some of the possible ways to solve the problem, and then you decide for the most promising approach, for the most promising way, right? For example, in this case, one of the ways we could solve this problem is by building an image classifier. So if I open one of the frames for each category, you are going to see that, let me do something like this, one next to the other, so I can show you exactly what I mean. One of the ways we could solve this problem is by building an image classifier that takes the entire image, the entire frame as input, and this image classifier to classify each one of these frames into different categories. So for example, this image, the entire image, would be the letter A, then this other image would be the letter B, and then this other image would be the letter L, and so on, right? We could label the entire frame with the category, with the symbol we want to classify. That would be a way to do it, that would be an approach. Then another approach would be to crop the image and to consider only the symbol we want to detect, right? So for example, in this case, we will make this crop. In this other case, we will make this other crop, or something like it. Or something like this, and then in this other case we will make this other crop, right? So in each case we will be using the same approach in terms of using an image classifier, but we will be classifying different things, right? Or we will be classifying only a crop from the entire frame. So this will be another way to solve the problem, and I think it makes sense. It will be a very good way to solve the problem. I'm sure we will achieve a very high accuracy, and I'm sure we will achieve a perfect performance, because it looks like a very good way to solve this problem. But another approach is to, instead of using the entire image, or instead of using an image, we could extract the information we care about this image, which is only the position of the hand, right? Because if you realize for each one of these gestures, or for each one of these symbols, all the information is in the position, in the posture of all the different fingers and my hand and so on, right? If you think about all the different symbols I show you when we started this tutorial, you will notice that all of these symbols, the only difference between them, or actually the information in each one of these symbols, is how the hand is located and how the fingers are located. And if you think about your fingers, or if you think about a person's fingers, there are not many situations, or the movement we can do with our fingers is very constrained, because we only have some possible movements, right? So basically all the information in our hands, it's in the landmarks. So if we use a landmark detector, we will be extracting all the information we care about these pictures, these images, and we will be converting, transforming each one of these
Indiana?
these images into a collection of points, into something like 20 points or something like that. I don't remember exactly how many landmarks are defined in the hand for the models we are going to use today, but it's something around 20 points. So we will be taking an entire image of of 640 times 480 pixels, and we will be reducing all that image, which is actually a VGR image, so it's this size multiplied by 3. We will be taking this entire image and we will be transforming it into an array of something like 20 points or 30 points or something like that. So that's a very good transformation because we
ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಕ್ಷಿ ನಾನು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲ
we are reducing the space, the input space, the data we are going to classify. We are applying a dimensionality reduction technique because we are reducing the dimensionality of our data while keeping the same information. That's very important.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಬಾಬು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆ
So that will be another approach, that will be another way to solve this problem, and that's actually the way we are going to solve it. That's basically the classifier we are going to be building today. So that's basically
ನಾಳೆ
something I think is very important. I think it's one of the ways one of the things I want you to take from this video is that given a problem, given a project, there are many different ways to solve it, and it's very interesting and it's a very good exercise to consider all the different ways or some of the different ways to solve it and to choose the most promising one. That's one of the things I want you to take from today's tutorial. In this case, we could classify the entire image, we could classify only a crop of the entire image, or we could take the landmarks of the hand in each one of these images and we just classify the landmarks. And that's, from my perspective, it's a much better approach because the classifier is going to be much smaller and it will be much more robust as well because the input of this classifier will be the information it needs in order to
ಎಲ್ಲ ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋ
make a classification, right? It will be only the position of all the different fingers on the hand and so on, and we will be removing all the unnecessary information like all the pixels and the hand and the background and me and everything else which is completely unnecessary in order to make the classification, right? So that's the approach we are going to be taking today, and this is the data in which we are going to be working into this tutorial. Now, in order to extract the landmarks and in order to move forward with the approach I described, we are going to take all the images and we are going to do some post-processing. We are going to process all these images so we create exactly the data we need in order to train this classifier. And the first thing I'm going to do is to import MediaPipe as MP. This is one of the libraries we are going to
ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ
use. Then I'm also going to import CV2 and I am going to import OS. Okay. And now what we are going to do is we are going to iterate in all the frames, in all the images I showed you a few minutes ago, and we are going to extract the landmarks from each one of these images, and we are also going to save all this data into a file we are later going to use in order to train our classifier. So let's start with that. The data dir, I'm going to define a variable which is data dir, and this is located here. Okay. Then I am going to iterate in all the directories in data dir. So this will be for dir in os this dir, data dir. And I will iterate in all the frames within this directory. So this is something like for image path in os list dir, os path join data dir, dir, and that's basically okay. And I'm going to define this image path as dot path join data dir, dir, and image path. And I'm going to create a variable which is
ಡೌಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನ್ ಫೇರ್ವೆಲ್ ಸರ್
ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ
ನೋಡಂತ ಯಾರು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಕಣ ನಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಹೋಗ್ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ
ನಮ್ಗೆ ತಾನೇ ಫೇರ್ವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ನನ್ ಮಕ್ಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೋರ್ಸ್
ಮೈಯರ್ಸೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಲೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಗಿಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು
ಯಾರು
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇವನ್ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಪಂಕಜು
ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಡು ಅವ್ರು ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರು
ಅವ್ರಂದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರು
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮವರೆಲ್ಲ ಲೌಡ ಇದಕ್ ಹೋಗೋರು ಎಂತದು ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಗೀರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು
image and this will be CV2 in read and this image path. Okay, now I'm going to convert image into VGR, or actually into RGB. It's already into VGR because we need to convert this image into RGB in order to input the image into MediaPipe. When we are working with MediaPipe, all the landmark detection is always on RGB. So as we are reading the image in VGR, we definitely need to convert it into RGB. So this will be CV2 convert color image and then CV2 color VGR to RGB. Okay, so this.
Okay. Post process image. Image from BGR to RGB. to RGB to work on media pipe.
This is pretty much all. So this is the images we are reading from our data directory, and now I'm going to import matplotlib.pyplot because let's plot how these images look like. I'm going to extract landmarks in a few minutes, but for now let's just plot these images in order to make sure everything is working properly. So I'm just going to plot a few. I'm going to plot one for each directory, so I am going to do something like this, so I only take the first one. Okay, and now this is show image RGB. Remember that matplotlib also requires the image into RGB in order to plot this image using matplotlib. This will be plot.figure and then plot.show, and let's see what happens. Let's see if everything is working properly. And then plot.show, and let's see what happens. Let's see if everything is working properly. Okay, perfect. So we are plotting a frame from each class from the three directories.
Let's see. Yes, still watch. Okay. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪೋರ್ಟು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವಿ ಫಾರ್ ಓಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸೇವ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಸಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವಿ ಎಂಟರ್ ಐರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಸಿ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ವಿ ಇವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗ್ತಾವ ಹೋಯ್ತಾನೆ
and everything seems and then plot.
Okay, all set. Creating that figure. Here is also control S run start deployment. और सब आ रहा है oh shit current आगा और ये ना मान दीवार लो तो सब okay nice और दादो light okay
Show, and let's see what happens. Let's see if everything is working properly. Okay, perfect. So we are plotting a frame from each class from the three directories, and everything seems to be working properly so far. And now let me show you three objects we are going to use, which are these three sentences I have over here. I'm just going to copy and paste everything. Everything is already ready in this notepad, so we don't really lose
ಏನು ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ okay
time defining these objects, and this is basically the three objects which are going to be super useful in order to detect all the landmarks and in order to draw these landmarks on top of the images. We don't really need to draw the landmarks on top of the images in order to do our classification, but I'm going to do it only to show you how these landmarks look like. So these are the three objects we are going to use, and now let's define an object, the hands detector, which is something like this. This will be, if I'm not mistaken, the p.hands, and then the variables are something like static image mode true. And then confidence, mean detection confidence, which is, we're going to use 0.3. Okay, so this is the model we are going to use. And now going back here, remember this is the image we have converted into RGB. And now we are going to do something like this. We're going to say hands.process, and we're going to take this image here. And what we are doing here is to detect all the landmarks into this image, right? That's exactly what we are doing with this sentence. And now the only thing we need to do is to iterate in the landmarks, in all the landmarks we have detected in this image. And for that, maybe the best way to do it in order to move one step at a time is to show you how these landmarks look like. So let me get back here, and I am just going to copy and paste this function, which is going to be a much, it's a much better way to do it. I'm just going to copy and paste it, so we don't really lose time to coding this function from scratch. So basically, you can see that this is iterating in all the results we have from this hand detection we are doing here, because remember, we will be detecting only one hand or two hands or no hands at all, so it makes perfect sense to iterate in all the different results, and then for each one of our results we are going to draw the landmarks, and this is basically the way to do it, by calling these functions with this function with these arguments. Remember, everything will be available in the repository for today's tutorial, so you can just take all the code from this repository and you can just take everything from there. For now, just follow along, so you just can follow the entire process, and then you can just go back to the code by looking at the repository. So this is the landmark drawing, and this will be pretty much all. If I'm not mistaken, let me just run this code to see what happens. I need to do something else, which is I need to ask if we have detected at least one hand, right? Because we could be detecting no hand at all, and that could be a problem for what we are going to do later on. So let's just run this script. Let's see what happens. We are perfect, just perfect. You can see that we are detecting exactly the position of the hand, and we are just detecting exactly all the different landmarks. You can see that we have many different colors. The style we are using in order to draw these landmarks, it's giving us all these different colors, so we know exactly all the different fingers and so on. So these are exactly the landmarks we are going to use into this tutorial. We are going to take all this information, and we are going to we're going to build our classifier with this information. So this is only to show you how these landmarks look like, and this is what I mean when I say that these landmarks contain absolutely all the information we need in order to work on today's tutorial, in order to build this classifier. Because take a look only at the landmarks, don't take a look at the image itself, at my hand, but take a look only at the landmarks, and you can see that all the information we need, it's in the landmarks, right? For example, in this case, for classifying the L, we will need to take a look what happens here, what happens in this section with these 4 landmarks. If we have a situation like this where this finger it's like up and then all the other fingers are down, then that's pretty much all we need to know in order to make this classification. And then if we go here, if we notice these 4 fingers are up, this means we are in this situation. And if we are in this other situation with all the different fingers like this, then we are here. But absolutely all the information we need is in the landmarks. So this only to show you how it looks like, and it will be exactly the same situation with absolutely any other symbol we choose. The information will be in the landmarks. And now let's continue. We don't really need to do the drawing. The only reason I did the drawing was only to show you how this looks like, but we don't really need it.
What I can do is screen okay. Right.
ಎಣ್ಣೆ ತಗೊಂಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತರಕ ನಾವು ಬೇಕು ಎಣ್ಣೆಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಬೇಕು ಶಾಟ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬಾ ಅಂತೀಯ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ ಫೋನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಂಚ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಚಕ್ರ ಬೇರೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದು ಮತ್ತೆ ತೊಂದೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಲ್ಲ ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಣ್ಣೆಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬೇಡ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಣ್ಣೆಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ
So let's continue. What we're going to do now is I am just going to remove this part. Yeah, because we don't really need it. I'm going to remove all the drawing. I'm going to keep everything else. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the entire landmarks and I'm going to create an array from all the landmarks, right? I'm going to take all the image, and from each image I want to have an array with the information of absolutely all the landmarks we have detected, right?
ಚಿಪ್ಸ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ತಗಬ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಾರಲ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ತರ್ಬೇಕು
So, in order to go one step at a time, I'm going to iterate for e in range the length of landmarks, and I'm going to show you how this look like. I am going to print this value, and this is going to give us the value of all the landmarks. I'm going to show you how it looks like first, and then I'm going to do something with them. Okay, we don't really need to plot the images anymore, but we have the images too. And you can see that for each one of these landmarks, we have 3 values, X, Y, and Z. And these are all the values which define exactly the position of each one of our landmarks. So we're going to use only the X and the Y coordinates, which are the horizontal and the vertical coordinates. And from this information, we are going to create an array, a very long array, and then we are going to train the classifier, and we're going to infer this classifier by considering this array of landmarks all on, right? So we have an image, we detect the landmarks, and then we take these landmarks into a very, very long array, and that's the array we are going to consider in order to train our classifier, right? That's the process we are taking, and we are taking everything one step at a time. Now we are going to access the X and the Y coordinate. So this will be the X coordinate, and then the Y coordinate will be something like this. Right, and we are going to save everything into an array. So I am going to create 2 variables, which are data, and another one which is labels. We don't really want to iterate in only one image anymore, so I'm going to delete that, and I'm not going to plot it anymore. So we have defined these 2 variables, which are the variables which are going to contain all the information, right? The data, which is the data we are going to produce in order to make this classification, and then the labels, which are the category for each one of these images, for each one of these data points. So this is how we're going to do it. We're iterating in all the images. For each image, I'm going to create an array, which is data aux, and this is an empty array for now. And let me show you exactly what we are going to save here. This is where we are going to save the X and the Y coordinates. Something like this, X and then something like this with y, right? And then at the end of the entire iteration, we are going to do something like data.append dataouts, and then labels.append, and then dir, which is the category, right? Remember that we have three categories. We have three directories. One of them is called 0, the other one is called 1, and the other one is called 2. And each one of these directories contains each one of our symbols. So the symbol is encoded into the name of the directory. So this is exactly what we need to do. For each one of our images, we are extracting all the landmarks. We are creating a very long array with all these landmarks. And then this very long array is going to represent our image, right? We are going to create an entire list with all these different arrays. And then the labels will be the name of the directory of each one of these images. And doing so, we are creating our dataset. Doing so, we are creating the dataset we need in order to train our classifier. So that's pretty much all. Now let's see if this works properly, because we have done many different things, and there are many places in which we could have made a mistake. So let's see what happens. Okay, everything was successfully executed, so everything seems to be okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to save all this data. So I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to define an object which is f, and this is open data.pickle. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't imported pickle, so I'm going to import it now. Remember, pickle is a Python library which is very commonly used for this type of situations, to save data, to save datasets, models, and so on. It's just like a way to save this information. So we are opening this file, and we need to do it like this. Okay, because we are writing, and it's also slides, so we need to do it like this. Then we need to say pickle.dump the object we are going to save, and we are going to create a dictionary containing these two keys. And here we will have the data and the labels we have just generated. And then we need to close the file, and that's pretty much all. And also we need to input f here, and that's pretty much all. So let's see what happens. I'm going to run this again. And if everything runs successfully, we should have a file with this name. Okay, everything runs successfully. Now if I go to my directory, I should see this file, which is the file I just generated. You can see this.
ಸಂಭಾಳಲು ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಸೇರಿದೆ ಆಗ ಏನೋ ಬಂತು
This is my current time. So this is the file I have just generated. I have other files from other iterations of our executions where I was preparing this tutorial, but this is the file I have just generated. So going back to PyCharm, so everything.
ಪಿಕಲ್ ರೂಮ್ ಓಪನ್
ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಬಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ ಕಾಮಿಡಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಏನಾರು ತರ್ಬೇಕಾನೆ ಬೇಡ ಯಾರು ತರ್ಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ ಲವ್ ತಿನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 230 ಇದೆಷ್ಟು ಇದೇ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಡು ಇದೆ ಕಟ್ಟೋರು ಬಿಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಕಳ್ಳ 5,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಿಲ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಒಂದ್ ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲ್ ಟೈಪ್ ನಾನ್ ನೋಡಿ ಈಗ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮೆರೂನ್ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಓ ಏನ್ ತುಕ್ಲಾ ನಾನು ನೀವು ಜರ್ಸಿ ಗಮ್ಮಂತ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಜೆ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ನನ್ ಮಕ್ಳ ನೀವು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ತೆಗ್ಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತೆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಲಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಾಕ್ಸ್
ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡು.
ಅದಿದೆನಾ ಹರೀಶ್ ಹರೀಶ್ ಇದೇನಾ
ಅದೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇದು.
Seems to be ready for now. We have created the data set. This is the data we are going to use in order to train the classifier. And now we can just continue to the next step, which is training this classifier. Now we are going to take the data. We are going to load this data.
Train classifier.
ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಅವನು ಸಂಜೆ ಇದು ಸಂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು
I'm going to train a classifier. So we are going to do exactly the same as we are doing here, but we are going to load the data instead. So I'm going to import pickle. I'm just going to remove this train classifier, and I am going to call pickle.load, and this will be open the file name, which is data.pickle, and then I need to read this as RP. Okay, and this will be our data, and then I need to read this as R. Okay, and this will be our data file or data dictionary. If I'm not mistaken, this is the way to read the data. And now let's print two things: the keys of this dictionary, and let's also print the object data. Data dictionary. And let's see what happens. Okay, everything seems to be okay. These are all of our labels.
ಎಷ್ಟೋ ದಿವಸ ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕುಡಿತೇನೆ ನಾನು ಹಂಗಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೋ 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ ಆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾವಂದಾರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೊಂದಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರು 15 ಬಾಲ್ಗೆ 36 ಬಾಲಿಗೆ 45 ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ 15 ಬಾಲ್ 14 ಬಾಲ್ಗೆ 19 ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮನ್ಗೆ RCB ಗೆಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ತೆಗ್ಬಿಡು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೆಗ್ಸು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಲ್ ತೋರಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಕಬಾಬ
And these are the dictionary data. These are the keys, data, and labels, and then everything seems to be working properly. So now let's continue by importing all the different objects and all the different libraries we are going to use in order to train this classifier. We are going to train it using the library scikit-learn, and we are going to use a very specific model, a very specific type of classifier, which is random forest. So let's start by importing from sklearn.ensemble import random forest classifier, and then we're also going to import sklearn.model-selection import train test split, and we're also going to import from the metrics library accuracy score. Okay, so these are the three libraries we are going to use in this section in order to train this classifier. We're going to train a random forest classifier, and these are two other functions we are going to need too. So let's start by unwrapping the data and the labels, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to call data dict, and this will be data and labels, data dict labels. Okay, and we need to convert this into an NumPy array. As array, I need to import NumPy too. I'm going to do it just now. Because we just need to import it because this is the way this classifier works and this is the way all these libraries work. So I'm going to import NumPy as MP. Remember that currently our data is as a list, right? Data and labels as lists. That's why we need to convert them into NumPy arrays. Okay, and the thing we need to do in order to train this classifier is to import the data. So we have all of our data into these two objects, data and labels. Now we are going to split this data into a training set and a test set. This is a very common practice when we are training a classifier. Any kind of classifier, we usually need two sets. A set we are going to use in order to train this item, and then another set we are going to use in order to test the performance of this item. So this is what we are going to do, and this is how we are going to name this training set and this test set. We are going to let me write this first, and I'm going to explain it in a few minutes. This is where we're going to input data, labels. I'm just going to write everything down, and I'm just going to explain it in a few minutes. So just shuffle it through, and then stratify according to labels. Okay, so what we are doing here is calling train test split, and we are splitting all of our data. We are splitting all this array and all this other array into two sets, right? So from the data list, so from the data array, we are creating these two sets, and you can see that one of them is called train and the other one is called test, and we're doing exactly the same for the labels. We are creating two objects, two arrays. One of them is train and the other one is test. So we are taking all the information within data and labels, and we are splitting this information into two different sets. Let me find a picture so I can explain this a little more, so this will be a little more clear. Train test split. I'm sure we're going to find many different pictures. Explaining how this is done, you can consider this image. So we have the entire array, the entire data, and we are splitting this data into two sets, training set and testing set. So the training set is what I have called xtrain, and the test set is what I have called xtest. That's basically what we are doing, and we are doing exactly the same process for data and labels. Then test size is the size of the test set. You can see that we have two sets, and we can define the size of this test set for with different sizes, right? We could say this is the 10% of the data, the 20%, the 50%, the 80%, and so on. So I have specified this value in 0.2, which means we are keeping the 20% of our data, only the 20% as our test set, and 20% is a value which is very commonly used as a test. Then shuffle equal true means we are shuffling the data. This is a very good practice, it's a very common practice, and I will advise that you always shuffle your data when you are doing something like this, when you are training a classifier. Because this is something I have mentioned, I have covered in our tutorials where I also show you how to train image classifiers or different type of classifiers, and sometimes there are different biases in our data that we are not aware of. So shuffling the data is a very common practice even when we think it's not. Long story short, always remember to shuffle the data is going to be much better. Then stratify equals labels. This means that we are going to split the data set, but we are going to keep the same proportion of the different labels of the different categories we had in this object. We are going to keep exactly the same proportion in the train set as in the test set, right? So this object and this other object are going to have the same proportion of all of our different labels, right? So if you remember the data we are using, we have 100 elements in this category, 100 elements in this other category, and 100 elements here. So this means that 1/3 of the data is labeled as A, which is this symbol. 1/3 of the data is B, and 1/3 is L. And if we look at these two objects, white train and white test, we are going to see exactly the same proportion. 1/3 of all the data, of all of the elements in this array are going to be A, then another third will be B, and another third will be L, and exactly the same situation here. So that's basically what it means when we are stratifying according to the labels, and that's also a very common practice and a very good practice when we are splitting a dataset. So always remember to include stratify equals labels when you're using train test split. So this is all for splitting the data, and now it's time to create our model. So the model we're going to use, remember, is a random forest classifier. So this is the classifier we are going to use, and the first thing we need to do is to train this classifier. So we are going to call feed. We're going to input xtrain and whitetrain. This is the way we are training this classifier. This is the way we are feeding this model, and then we just need to call .predict, and we need to input xtest, and this will be ypredict, and that's it. In only a couple of lines, we have trained the classifier, and we have also made our predictions. This is how simple this is. So let's just execute this script to make sure everything works properly. And you may notice how fast it was, right? This took only a few seconds. If you are familiar with machine learning algorithms, with training machine learning algorithms, you will know that sometimes it takes a lot of time to train a classifier. But in this case, this is a very fast training. So that's one of the reasons I chose random forest, because it's like a very simple algorithm. I know the training is very fast. I know that it's robust enough for our problem, for our project. So we have already trained the classifier. We have all predictions, and the only thing we need to do now is to see how this classifier performs. So I am going to find a new variable which is score, and this will be accuracy score, and I'm going to input all predictions, and then I'm going to input test, which are all labels. And now I am going to print, and this will be something like, I'm going to express it as a percentage of samples were classified correctly format, and this is something like score, something like this. Let's see what percentage of our samples were classified correctly. So I'm going to run this code, and you can see, oh, I forgot to do something, which is multiplying this value times 100. You already saw the answer, but anyway, let's do it again. 100% of our samples were classified correctly. So this is amazing. This means we have a perfect performance. We have trained a classifier with a perfect performance. So everything makes sense now. The way we process the data in order to extract all the landmarks from our images, from our hands, because that's where we had all the information. And now the selection we did for this classifier, because we had the intuition, this is not really a super complex problem, and a random forest will do just fine. Everything makes sense now when we are achieving a 100% 100% accuracy, right? So this is very good. And the only thing we're going to do now is to save this model. The same way we save the data here, we are going to save the model because we want to use this model later on to test the performance of this model, but not testing the performance as we did here, but testing the performance of this model with real data. I am going to make some gestures, some symbols, and we are going to classify these symbols live on my camera on this video. So we definitely need the model. I'm going to save this model like model.p, and I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to say model, this will be model, and this. Okay, so I am saving a dictionary with only this object, and I press play, and that should be it. We have to wait until it's completed. If I go to my directory, you can see the model we have trained is here, and this is my current time, so everything is okay. So everything is almost ready. We have only one step left, which is testing this classifier. So that's what we are going to do now. Now. Okay, now it's time to test our classifier, and the way we are going to test this classifier is by importing CV2, because we are going to access our webcam, and we are going to do all these different symbols in our webcam and see what happens. So cap will be something like CV2 video capture, and I'm going to access this webcam, the number 2, and then while true, cap of read, this is read and frame, and then I am going to call CV2 im show. I'm going to call this window frame, and this will be my frame, and then CV2 wait key. And here we should put a 25, which means we are going to wait 25 milliseconds between each frame, right? So everything seems to be working fine, and this is my webcam. So what we are going to do now is we are going to detect all the landmarks in this webcam. We are going to detect all the landmarks of my hand, and then we are going to use the classifier we just trained in order to know what symbol I am displaying in my hand. So let's do that. I am going to release memory. I'm not sure if it's really needed because we are exiting the program anyway, but I'm going to do it just because it's a good practice. CV2, destroy all windows, and that's pretty much all. So I don't have much space here. So let's go here, and I'm going to copy a few objects. I'm going to copy this, which is the media pipe library, or the media pipe functions we used. And then I am we also need the color conversion, but I'm going to do this. Okay, something like this. This will be frame RGB, frame RGB, and this is where we are going to go through all the landmarks, and we're going to do something similar as we did before. So I'm going to copy this code I used before, and the first thing we're going to do is to draw the landmarks on top of the webcam, and then we are going to classify it. So as always, it's always a good idea to go one step at a time, and let's just run this code so if everything works properly. Everything seems to be working properly. You can see we are getting the landmarks from my hand. And now it's the time we are going to classify this object. So we go back here and we say something like this. We are going to iterate in all the landmarks the same way we did before. And now we are going to create an auxiliary array, which is this, the same way we did before. And the only thing we need to do now is to use the model. But we need to read the model first. We need to load the model first. So let's do something as we did before. I'm just going to define it here. Let's say model dict is equal to pickle load model.py, and then let's say model equal to model dict model, and obviously I need to import pickle. Okay, and this should be enough. Now we are here. Yes, we are here, and we need to use model to predict the category. So let's see what happens. This will be np as array from data. Okay, we need to import np2. Okay, and let's see what happens. Let's see if we don't get any error. Okay, we get an error, of course, and it's related to the shape. If I'm not mistaken, what we need to do now is to input this as a list. Let's see what happens now. Okay, we got an error. Let's see if we don't get any error. Okay, we get an error, of course, and it's related to the shape. If I'm not mistaken, what we need to do now is to input this as a list. Let's see what happens now. Okay, we got an error. Let's see if we don't get any error. Okay, we got an error. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, everything is okay. So now we are using our classifier in order to classify the class for these landmarks. We have like a very like a more poor performance. Now it's better. It seems the classification is not making this real time. Maybe if I do something like waiting only 1 millisecond, it's not like it's the most important thing, but just so we can have like a more real time detection. Now it's a little better. Remember, I'm also recording my screen, so that takes resources. That's pretty much the reason I think.
Paste ಮಾಡೋಣ last ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Waiting one minute.
So let's continue. Everything seems to be working properly. And what?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೊಡ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ. ವಿಕೆಟ್ ಹೋದ್ವಾ? ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಬಾಯಿ ಮಣ್ಣಾಕ ಹೋಗತ್ತೆ. ಶಿವಮ್ ಡೂವೈ 45ಕ್ಕೆ 40. ಓ ಯಾರವನು 52 ರನ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟವನಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ. 52 ರನ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟವನು ಯಾರವನು? ಬ್ರೆವಿಸ್. ಇವನೇ ತಾನೇ ಔಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಅದು ಔಟ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರೋದು ಔಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು RCB ಮೇಲೆ.
What we will do now that we have our prediction, this is our prediction, we are going to draw the prediction on top of our frame, or actually what we can do, we can define a dictionary, which is something like labels dict, and this is 0 equal to A. Remember, the number 0 represents the A character, then 1 represents B, and then 2, doing things wrong, and 2 represents L. Okay, and what I can do now, something like predicted character, it's equal to labels dict int prediction 0, because we are getting a list. Prediction is a list of only one element, so we need to do it this way. Okay, that's pretty much all. Let's print predicted character. I'm super excited. Let's see if this works. I'm super excited, so I press play, and now let's see if we can accurately detect and recognize all the symbols we have just trained. So the first one is the A. Now I have to put my run again. And if I do the A character, you can see I'm getting A. Once and again, I'm getting A. So everything seems to be working properly. Now I'm doing the B, and you can see I'm getting B. Once and again, I'm getting B, and everything is perfect. And if I do L, which is this value, you can see I'm getting the L, and also the accuracy is perfect. So that's pretty much all, because it seems everything is working super properly. The only thing we're doing now is to make a more pretty drawing, right? Let's just print the prediction on top of the frame, and let's do also like a bounding box around the prediction, around the hand we are detecting. So that's what we are going to do now. But you can see that we have solved the problem. We have completed all the different steps. We have trained the classifier, and now we are testing the classifier, and everything seems perfect. We are testing this classifier with live data, and everything seems perfect. So the only thing we're going to do now is to do call rectangle, and we are going to input frame, and then we're going to input two values, which are x1 and x2, and then we're also going to input sorry, this is y1 and this is x2 y2, a color which I'm going to define in black, because we have too many colors already in this picture, in this frame, with all the landmarks and so on. So I'm just going to set it in black, and then the thickness value, which will be, I don't know, 4, something like 4. And I'm just going to do this now, and I'm going to define x1 and y1 and x2 and y2 in a minute, but let's just continue for now. And I'm going to call put text, and I have a put text here, so I'm just going to copy paste, and I'm going to edit it with these values. This is going to be the class we are detecting, so it's exactly this. Then this will be here. Remember, we have solved this problem, so we should be super happy. This is only a detail to make a very pretty drawing, but everything is solved, everything is perfect. So we are drawing a rectangle, and we also putting the text on top of this rectangle with the class we are predicting. And now we have to define these values. In order to define these values, the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to define two additional arrays, which is here x and y. I think this will be the easiest way to solve this problem. So I have defined these two auxiliary arrays, and I'm going to say x.append x and then y.append y, and I'm going to say something like x1 equal to the minimum value of x, yes, then y1 is exactly the same for y, and then x2 and y2 are the maximums. Remember, we are trying to get the corners of the rectangle containing the hand, and we also so we know exactly where to display this rectangle and this text. So this should do, but we need to do something else, because if you remember the values we were getting for the landmarks, everything is in a float, everything is float, so we need to convert it into an integer, and the way we're going to do it is by calling we're going to get the frame shape, everything's okay, and then we are just going to multiply this value times the width of our image, and we are multiplying this whole value times the height, and we need to cast everything as an integer, and this should be enough. Let's see how it performs. This is not necessary. Int. Okay. Okay, let's see if it works, or if we need to adjust something else. Okay, x1 is not defined. Okay, so the problem is that if we are not detecting any hands, right, if there's not any hand in the frame, then we never execute this loop, we never define these variables, and we cannot draw the rectangle and the text in the location we specify. So doing something like this should be enough. Now let's execute it again, and I'm just going to loop again. And you can see that I'm classifying the A super properly. Now I'm going to do a B, and now I am going to do an L, and everything is okay. I'm going to adjust a very small detail, which is I am going to do this drawing in a slightly different position. I have already been testing different values, and if I do it here in -10, everything is going to look much nicer, and I'm going to do this in y1 -10. If I'm not mistaken, sorry, my mistake. It's the other one, the text one, y1 -10. If I execute it again, everything is going to look a little nicer. So this is A, you can see now we are seeing the A on top of the bounding box. This is B, and this is L. So everything is working super properly, and that's going to be all for this tutorial.
Ah, nice. Wow. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ RCB ಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅದು 180 ಅದ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ
ಫುಲ್ ಟಾಸ್ ಬಾಲ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ 74 ಹೊಡಿದಿರ ಜಡೇಜಾ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ದುಬೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋಯ್ತು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನೋಬಲ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿ ಬುಕ್ಕಿ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಎಂತ ಯೂಸಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್
ಬೇಷ್ ಓಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಏನೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ದೆ ವೇಟ್ ಬೀದ್ ಇಮೇಜ್ ಹೆಂಗೈತೆ ಇದು ಬೀದ್ ಇಮೇಜ್ ಬರೋದು ಇದು ಬೀದು ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೈತಲ್ಲ ಬೀದ್ ಎ ಬಿ ಅದು ಏನು ಎ ಮುಸ್ಟಿ ಸಿ ಎಲ್ ಅದು ಓಕೆ ಎ ಬಿ ಯಾಕುಡು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸೊ ಇವನು ಮುಗೀತೀಗ ಸೊ ಮೇನ್ ಇರೋದು ಇದು ಒಂದಲ್ವಾ ಇದೇ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
So I have a Python file here that is using matplotlib, and as you can see,
okay, YouTube.
आज आयरल बंद करके चलते हैं अपन मरीन ड्राइव जस्ट लाइक ओल्ड डेज
ಇಲ್ಲ ಲೋ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಜ್ಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಚಪ್ಲಿನ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಇದು ಗೋರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ
My name is Nitish. Hi guys, my name is Nitish and you're welcome to my YouTube channel. So ये एक बहुत ही स्पेशल वीडियो है because यहाँ पर मैं एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने वाला हूँ। प्रॉब्लम क्या है मैं आपको एक बार समझाता हूँ।
So you've built
अगर आप मेरे चैनल पे जाओ
a machine learning model. It can swiftly predict whatever you've trained it to predict, but there's just half of the story. In order
20 प्रोजेक्ट्स बना रखे हैं और ये प्रोजेक्ट्स पे बहुत सारे व्यूज आते हैं और दिस इज समथिंग जो मेरे चैनल के टॉप वीडियोस में से एक है। द ओनली प्रॉब्लम विद दिस प्लेलिस्ट इज कि इस प्लेलिस्ट में जो मैक्सिमम प्रोजेक्ट्स मैंने बनाए हैं उनको डिप्लॉय करने के लिए मैंने एक सर्विस यूज की थी पास्ट में, और उस सर्विस का नाम है हेरोकू। अब हेरोकू एज अ सर्विस उस टाइम पे एक फ्री टियर का ऑप्शन देती थी, विच मीन्स कि आपके जैसे लोग और मेरे जैसे लोग जो प्रॉपर कंपनी सेटअप पे प्रोजेक्ट, बट आई गेस धीरे धीरे इनके पैसे खत्म हो गए और इवेंचुअली हेरोकू डिसाइडेड कि वो अपना फ्री टियर वाला प्लान हटा देंगे, विच मेंट कि अगर आपको हेरोकू पे कुछ भी डिप्लॉय करना है, सिंपल से सिंपल प्रोजेक्ट भी, तो आपको उसके पैसे देने पड़ेंगे। अब आई नो आप लोगों में से बहुत लोग स्टूडेंट्स हो और सिर्फ डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए आप कहीं पे पैसे नहीं लगा सकते। मशीन लर्निंग एप्लीकेशन आपकी आंखों के सामने रेंडर पे डिप्लॉय करके दिखाऊंगा, और एक बार आप ये वीडियो देख लोगे उसके बाद आप अपने किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को फ्री में डिप्लॉय कर पाओगे रेंडर के ऊपर। ठीक है, तो स्टार्ट करते हैं। मैंने एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाइड जैसा बना रखा है जिसमें टोटल मिला के 5 स्टेप्स हैं, और हम इन 5 स्टेप्स को फॉलो करेंगे अपने मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल को डिप्लॉय करने के लिए। ठीक है, तो सबसे पहली चीज क्या है कि आपको एक ट्रेन्ड मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल चाहिए। ठीक है, ऑब्वियसली उसी को आप डिप्लॉय करते हो। तो मैं आपको पहले पूरा वर्कफ्लो समझा देता हूँ। मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, मैं एक नॉर्मल सा सैंपल प्रॉब्लम, एक टॉय प्रॉब्लम उठा रहा हूँ। मेरा जो टॉय प्रॉब्लम है वो ये है कि मुझे स्टूडेंट्स के कुछ फीचर्स को स्टडी करके ये बताना है कि उनका प्लेसमेंट होगा या नहीं। तो ये मैंने एक टॉय डेटा सेट क्रिएट कर रखा है, आप भी देख सकते हो। इसमें 5 फीचर्स आ गए कि आईक्यू कितना है बच्चे का, सीजीपीए कितना है, 10th में मार्क्स कितने हैं, 12th में मार्क्स कितने हैं, उनका कम्युनिकेशन स्किल कितना है आउट ऑफ 10, और फिर आउटपुट मैंने बताया है कि उस बच्चे का प्लेसमेंट होगा या नहीं। अब ध्यान देने वाली बात ये है कि एक टॉय डेटा सेट है, इसमें सिर्फ 100 रोज है, तो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे जो भी मॉडल बिल्डिंग हम कर रहे हैं वो बहुत सीरियस लेवल पे हम नहीं कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, बट यू कैन स्टिल सी द फ्लो, आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में ये सेम फ्लो यूज करोगे। सो हमने सबसे पहले क्या किया, हमने लाइब्रेरीज इंपोर्ट की है। मैं इस प्रोजेक्ट में रैंडम फॉरेस्ट यूज करने वाला हूं, दैट इज व्हाई मैंने रैंडम फॉरेस्ट क्लासिफायर को इंपोर्ट किया है। अगली लाइन में मैंने एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज की है, मैंने जितनी भी लाइब्रेरीज मैं यहाँ पे यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं उन सबका वर्जन नंबर निकाल रहा हूँ। क्यों निकाल रहा हूँ? बिकॉज फ्यूचर में मैं चाहूंगा कि रेंडर पे जब मैं इन लाइब्रेरीज को डिप्लॉय करूँ तो मैं एक्जैक्टली यही वर्जन को डिप्लॉय करूँ, नहीं तो वर्जन मिसमैच हो सकता है। ऐसा हो सकता है कि ट्रेनिंग के टाइम पे मैं साइकिट लर्न का कोई डिफरेंट वर्जन यूज कर रहा हूँ और रेंडर पे मैंने कोई और वर्जन डिप्लॉय कर रखा है, और वो वर्जन मिसमैच की वजह से एप्लीकेशन मेरे लैपटॉप पे तो चल रहा है बट रेंडर पे नहीं चल रहा। ठीक है, दैट इज व्हाई मेक श्योर कि आप जो भी एप्लीकेशंस लाइब्रेरीज यूज करो आप उनका वर्जन भी नोट डाउन करके कहीं रख लो। मैंने यहाँ पे रखा है। ठीक है, अगली चीज है मैंने डेटा इंपोर्ट किया है। यू कैन सी दिस इज द डेटा जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था, ये है टॉप 5 रोज। उसके बाद आगे का स्टेप्स बहुत ही सिंपल है, ये सब आपको पता है। आप एक्स और वाई अलग कर रहे हो, प्लेन स्प्लिट कर रहे हो। उसके बाद मैं हाइपर पैरामीटर ट्यूनिंग कर रहा हूँ, आप भी करोगे। सो मैंने यहाँ पर रैंडम वॉइस को पकड़ करके उसके जितने भी पैरामीटर्स होते हैं उनके अलग अलग वैल्यूज ट्राई आउट किए, जैसे कि एन एस्टिमेटर की अलग अलग वैल्यूज 100 200 300, मैक्स डेप्थ की अलग अलग वैल्यूज, मिन सैंपल स्प्लिट और मिन सैंपल लीफ, ये चारों के मैंने अलग अलग वैल्यूज ट्राई आउट किए। उसके बाद इस स्टेप में हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम हाइपर पैरामीटर ट्यूनिंग अप्लाई कर रहे हैं यूजिंग ग्रिड। क्या है, यू कैन सी दिस इज कि आप जो भी एप्लीकेशंस लाइब्रेरीज यूज करो आप उसके मतलब वर्किंग मॉडल होना चाहिए जो प्रेडिक्शंस करके दे। ठीक है, और यही मैंने किया लास्ट स्टेप में। मैंने लास्ट स्टेप में हमारा जो मॉडल है उसको पिकल डंप कर दिया है, सीरियलाइज कर दिया है, और वो मॉडल आपको यहाँ पे दिखाई देगा इस जगह पे। ठीक है, मॉडल डॉट पीकेएल, और इसको आप यहाँ से क्या कर सकते हो, डाउनलोड कर सकते हो। ठीक है, मैंने डाउनलोड कर रखा है और मेरे डेस्कटॉप पे आपको दिखाई देगा, ये है वो मॉडल डॉट पीकेएल फाइल। तो विद दिस हमने स्टेप 1 कंप्लीट कर लिया, हमने अपना मॉडल ट्रेन किया और हमारे पास हमारा मॉडल का पीकेएल फाइल है। ठीक है, जिसको हम आगे यूज करेंगे। अब यहाँ से मेन काम शुरू होता है। अब आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा, अपने मॉडल को सर्व करने के लिए आपको एक वेबसाइट बनानी पड़ेगी। राइट, आप वेबसाइट कई तरीकों से बना सकते हो। मैंने आपको अपने चैनल पे बहुत बार बता रखा है कि आप फ्लास्क बोल के एक लाइब्रेरी है उसको यूज करके ये पूरा काम कर सकते हो। तो हम वही करने वाले हैं। सबसे पहले आप क्या करोगे, आप कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट पे जाओगे। हम स्टेप 2 पे मूव कर रहे हैं बाय द वे, तो हम कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट पे जा रहे हैं। कमांड प्रॉम्प्ट पे आप सबसे पहले एक नया प्रोजेक्ट रिपोजिटरी या फोल्डर बनाओगे। सो मैं सीडी का जा रहा हूँ डेस्कटॉप पे, और डेस्कटॉप के अंदर आई विल क्रिएट अ फोल्डर बाय द नेम ऑफ रेंडर डेमो, और अब मैं रेंडर डेमो के अंदर घुस जाता हूँ यूजिंग सीडी, और यहाँ से मैं ओपन करता हूँ वीएस कोड। सो नथिंग स्पेशल, इस स्टेप में क्या हुआ है कि हमारे डेस्कटॉप पे एक फोल्डर बन गया है रेंडर डेमो, और उस लोकेशन
ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಲ್ ಡಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ ಡಾಟ್ ಪಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ ಡಾಟ್ ಪಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು.
से मैंने क्या किया,
ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗೀತು. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೇವ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ is web. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ show more option open with VS Code.
वीएस कोड ओपन किया। ठीक है, अब अगला स्टेप क्या है, अगला स्टेप है कि मुझे इस नए फोल्डर में सबसे पहले एक वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करना है। वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट क्या होता है, आई होप आपको पता है। आप एक अलग स्पेस बनाते हो अपने प्रोजेक्ट के लिए जहाँ पर आप सारी लाइब्रेरीज इंस्टॉल करते हो, और वो लाइब्रेरीज बाहर से काइंड ऑफ प्रोटेक्टेड रहती हैं। ठीक है, तो इट इज द सेफ प्लेस जहाँ पे आपका प्रोजेक्ट रन करेगा। तो सबसे पहले हम क्या करते हैं, टर्मिनल पे जाते हैं, और सबसे पहले एक
terminal
वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करते हैं। वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करने के लिए हमारा जो कमांड है वो है ये। मैं अपने वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट को नाम देता हूँ माई एनवायरनमेंट। जैसे आप इस कमांड को रन करोगे आप नोटिस करोगे कि आपके
python -n मैं ये
फोल्डर के अंदर एक नया फोल्डर बन जाएगा ठीक उसी नाम से जिस नाम से आपने वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट किया है। ठीक है, तो मेरे केस में द फोल्डर नेम इज माई env। ठीक है, अब हमें क्या करना है, हमें इस वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट को स्टार्ट करना है या एक्टिवेट करना है। सो आई जस्ट वेट, ये कमांड पूरी तरीके से एग्जीक्यूट नहीं हुआ अभी, हो गया। अब हम क्या करेंगे, इसको एक्टिवेट करेंगे। सो हम लिखेंगे माई env के अंदर स्क्रिप्ट्स है और स्क्रिप्ट्स के अंदर हम एक्टिवेट को चला देंगे। एंड यू कैन सी यहाँ पर माई env आ रहा है, व्हिच मींस हमारा जो वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट है वो ट्रिगर हो चुका है, एक्टिवेट हो चुका है। अब हम सारा काम इसके अंदर करेंगे। सो फर्स्ट थिंग दैट यू विल डू इज कि आप सबसे पहले तो वी विल क्रिएट अ न्यू फाइल, और ये फाइल
ये ना पता पे तो क्या दिक्कत है ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗೈತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇದು ಪವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಪವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಒಂದೇ ಸತಿ ಇದೆ ಆಗೋದು ಇವಾಗ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ
फाइल है हमारी गिट इग्नोर फाइल। गिट इग्नोर फाइल क्या होती है आपको पता होगा शायद, जब हम इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को पुश करेंगे गिटहब पे तो जो फाइल्स को हम गिटहब पे नहीं भेजना, और ये फाइल है हमारी गिट इग्नोर फाइल। गिट इग्नोर फाइल क्या होती है आपको पता होगा शायद, जब हम इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को पुश करेंगे गिटहब पे तो जो फाइल्स को हम गिटहब पे नहीं भेजना चाहते उनका नाम हम यहाँ पे लिख देंगे। तो हमारे केस में हम माई एनवायरनमेंट फोल्डर जो बना है उसको हम गिटहब पे नहीं भेजना चाहते तो उसको हम यहाँ पे लिख देंगे। उसके बाद हमें क्या करना है, हमारा जो मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल है उसको हमें यहाँ पे पेस्ट करना है। सो बेसिकली व्हाट यू हैव टू डू इज, ये जो मैंने model.pkl फाइल डाउनलोड की थी इसको मुझे अपने इस प्रोजेक्ट फोल्डर में लेकर के आना है। हो गया, यू कैन सी यहाँ पे model.pkl आ चुका है। ठीक है, अगली चीज क्या है कि मुझे यहाँ पर अपना फ्लास्क का कोड लिखना है। सो द थिंग दैट आई डू इज कि मैं यहाँ पे सबसे पहले एक फाइल बनाऊंगा।
डॉट गेट इग्नोर आ गए तो चल रहा है इधर कहेगा
Let's call that file app.py। app.py में क्या कंटेंट जाएगा वो पहले से मैंने लिख रखा है। I don't want to code the exact thing because it will take time। So ये मेरा कोड है और बहुत सिंपल सा कोड है, आप तुरंत देख के समझ जाओगे अगर आपने कभी भी पहले फ्लास्क पे काम किया है। सो हो क्या रहा है कि हम अपने मॉडल को लोड कर रहे हैं model.pkl। उसके बाद जैसे ही कोई हमारी वेबसाइट की यूआरएल को हिट करेगा उसको सबसे पहले हम एक पेज दिखाएंगे और उस पेज का नाम है index.html। ठीक है, अब ये पर्टिकुलर
की कोड ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೇನೆ ಚೆಕಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ model.pkl control V ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ model.pkl ಇದೇನಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ pkl ऐसा
पेज या फाइल हमें क्रिएट करनी पड़ेगी। तो हमें सबसे पहले क्या करना पड़ेगा, एक फोल्डर बनाना पड़ेगा टेम्पलेट्स बोल के, और टेम्पलेट्स के अंदर हमें एक फाइल बनानी पड़ेगी index.html। ठीक है, टेम्पलेट्स फोल्डर बनाना जरूरी है, अगर आप वो नहीं बनाओगे तो आपका एरर आएगा। ये सारी चीज हमने हमारे फ्लास्क वाले कोर्स में डिस्क्राइब कर रखा है। अगर आप हमारी वेबसाइट पे जाओगे learnwith.campus6.in वहाँ पे आपको हमारे फ्लास्क का डेडिकेटेड कोर्स मिलेगा, आप वो जाकर के देख सकते हो अगर आपको फ्लास्क नहीं आता। तो ये मेरा HTML फाइल है जहाँ पर कुछ खास नहीं है, मैंने एक फॉर्म बना रखा है जहाँ पे मैं यूजर से पूछूंगा कि बताओ नए स्टूडेंट का IQ कितना है, उसका 12th का मार्क्स कितना है, 10th का मार्क्स कितना है, और एक बटन होगा जिसको सबमिट करते ही हमारा मॉडल बता देगा कि उस स्टूडेंट का प्लेसमेंट होगा या नहीं होगा। ठीक है, तो सिंपल ये फाइल हमने बना ली और यहाँ पर हमने एक और राउट ऐड किया है प्रेडिक्ट बोल के, जिसका काम है कि वो फॉर्म में जैसे ही यूजर डेटा डालेगा वो डेटा को खींच के लाएगा और मॉडल को दे देगा, मॉडल प्रेडिक्शन करेगा और वही प्रेडिक्शन हम वापस भेज देंगे index.html पे। तो वेरी सिंपल सेटअप। ठीक है, एंड दैट्स इट, इतना ही कोड आपको लिखना है। ये दोनों फाइल्स मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर दूंगा अगर आप एक्जैक्टली सेम प्रोजेक्ट ट्राई आउट करना चाहते
ಯಾರ್ದಿದು
हो, बट या दिस इज द एग्जैक्ट सेटअप दैट यू नीड। अब हमारे पास कोड आ चुका है, अब बस हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, एक दो छोटी मोटी चीजें करनी है, जैसे कि हमें लाइब्रेरीज इंस्टॉल करनी है। ठीक है, सो एक बार देख लेते हैं यहाँ पे कौन कौन सी लाइब्रेरीज हमें चाहिए। फ्लास्क चाहिए है, numpy, pandas भी मान ही लेते हैं अगर जरूरत हो इंटरनली, और scikit-learn, और एक और हमें लाइब्रेरी चाहिए gunicorn जो सर्वर हमारा रन करेगा रेंडर के ऊपर। तो हम लिखते हैं pip install, we need to install flask। उसके बाद आगे क्या इंस्टॉल करना है,
install flask
है उसके लिए मैं यहाँ जा रहा हूँ। मुझे सबसे पहले चाहिए है numpy इक्वल टू कौन सा वर्जन 1.25.2। उसके बाद मुझे चाहिए है pandas कौन सा 2.0.3। उसके बाद मुझे चाहिए है साइकिट लर्न। प्लीज़ आप एक गलती मत करना, मैंने की थी, साइकिट लर्न लिखना, स्केलर मत लिखना, साइकिट लर्न इज द न्यू नेम 1.2.2। और इसके अलावा मुझे चाहिए है जी यूनिकॉर्न, जी यूनिकॉर्न, ठीक है। फ्लास्क, नंपाई, पैंडास, साइकिट लर्न, जी यूनिकॉर्न, एंटर मारते हैं। ये सारी लाइब्रेरीज हम इंस्टॉल कर रहे हैं हमारे इस वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर, ठीक है। ये
Okay, okay, भाई फिर तो इंस्टॉल कर समथिंग।
5 मिनट लग जाओगे।
Okay, okay. You want to do that? Okay.
काय लिहिलं? बाहेर उड्या करता कसं चालू ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ಹೊರಡ್ ಸಾಕಾಯ್ತು.
tutorial we are going to work with OpenSea
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫ್ಲೋರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು?
ग्लोबल सेटिंग में इंस्टॉल नहीं हो रही है, सिर्फ इस वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर हो रही है हमारे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए। मीनवाइल जब तक ये इंस्टॉल हो रहा है, व्हाट आई विल डू इज आई विल क्विकली चेक हमारा अगला स्टेप होने वाला है। हमें इस जगह पे एक requirements.txt फाइल जनरेट करनी है। requirements.txt फाइल इसलिए जरूरी है जनरेट करना बिकॉज वही फाइल देख करके रेंडर को समझ में आएगा कि सर्वर पे कौन कौन सी लाइब्रेरीज उसको इंस्टॉल करनी पड़ेगी इस प्रोजेक्ट को चलाने के लिए। तो आई जस्ट वेट, एक बार ये सारा इंस्टॉलेशन हो जाने दो, फिर मैं जनरेट करूंगा requirements.txt फाइल। मीनवाइल या ठीक है, चीजें ठीक चल रही हैं एंड यू कैन सी हमने सारी की सारी लाइब्रेरीज इंस्टॉल कर ली। अब हम क्या करेंगे, हमारी जो requirements.txt फाइल है वो जनरेट करेंगे। सो उसका कमांड होता है pip freeze requirements.txt। आई जस्ट क्विकली चेक मैंने रिक्वायरमेंट्स का स्पेलिंग सही लिखा है। ओके
अब भाई इसके लिए मुझे इसको रन करना है। अब बोलिए तो yes. Okay. Pip freeze क्या देना है? Freeze requirements.txt. Requirements.txt. Ah, मैंने और कहा so nice one.
एंड डन, यू कैन सी दिस इज आवर requirements.txt फाइल और ये है उन सारी लाइब्रेरीज का नाम जो हमें इंस्टॉल करवाना होगा रेंडर के ऊपर अलॉन्ग विद द वर्जन नेम। ये वर्जन नेम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज इससे क्या होगा कि जो वर्जन हमने यहाँ पे चलाए हैं वही सेम वर्जन वहाँ पे भी चलेंगे, ठीक है। तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट इज ऑल रेडी टू बी डिप्लॉयड, बट डिप्लॉय करने के पहले एक बार मैं आपको दिखाना
यार ये कमांड को लिख के रख ले।
चाहता हूँ कि ये कैसा दिखता है हमारे लैपटॉप पे, सो दैट आप समझ पाओ कि आपको कैसा दिखाई देगा रेंडर पे। तो सिंस दिस इज द फ्लास्क एप्लीकेशन, इसको चलाना बहुत आसान है, आपको बस लिखना है python app.py। जैसे आप इस कमांड को रन करोगे, अगर सब कुछ अभी तक सही से हुआ
या इसका ही ले लेते हैं तब तक, है ना, ताकि मैं रन कर पाऊँ। Just for check whether it's working. ठीक है, फिर देखते हैं अभी Python app.py Python app.py नहीं इतना टाइम से ले रहा है भाई। हेलो गया, इसका फॉर्म है भाई, ये तो चैट जीपीटी के जनरेटेड है भाई।
होगा तो आपको एक यूआरएल मिलेगा आपकी ही मशीन का और उस यूआरएल पे एक फ्लास्क सर्वर चल रहा होगा जहाँ पे आपको आपकी वेबसाइट दिखाई देनी चाहिए। सो यू कैन सी दिस इज द यूआरएल, आई विल कॉपी एंड आई विल पेस्ट इट हियर, इन फैक्ट आई पेस्ट इट हियर। यू कैन सी दिस इज द एप्लीकेशन दैट वी हैव बिल्ट। सिंपल सा यूजर इंटरफेस है, यहाँ पे आप अपने यूजर का या स्टूडेंट का ये डेटा एंटर करोगे और प्रेडिक्ट बटन पे क्लिक करोगे, आपको आंसर मिल जाएगा। तो फिलहाल मैं लिख रहा हूँ कि बंदे का IQ 100 है, CGPA 9 है, 10th में 90% है, 12th में भी 90% है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल भी 9 है और प्रेडिक्ट किया हमने एंड इट सेज नॉट प्लेस्ड. सो या
Okay, yeah. I want to use model also. I want to check whether I will get yes or not. Downloads to desktop. भाई इसका फिर वो कोलिजन हो जाएगा यार दोनों का. इतना फिर इसको डिलीट करते हैं. सेव. ठीक है. अभी और करना पड़ेगा ना. एक इसका कुछ फायदा नहीं है, बस इसका है. कंट्रोल सी. अभी नया रन हो चला है, अभी पूरा चेंज है अभी. वैल्यू एरर, नोड एरर, भाई इतना एरर्स. Okay, oh shit, correct, am I? Okay, I understand. For this, there was some recommend. अबे यार इसका इतना बिल्टी है. Okay. How to install models using requirements.txt. अबे भाई, हेलो. Pip install requirements. चलो. क्या भाई? Do you think ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा हो गया?
जो भी है यही हमारा मॉडल. मैंने आपको बोला था अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा, 40% के आसपास एक्यूरेसी है, तो गलतियां कर रहा है. एक बहुत अच्छे स्टूडेंट को बोल रहा है कि भाई तुम्हारा प्लेसमेंट नहीं होगा, बट गेस व्हाट, मॉडल काम कर रहा है, अच्छे से काम नहीं कर रहा है. ठीक है, तो जो भी है, दिस इज आवर एप्लीकेशन. इसी को हमें डिप्लॉय करना है कहाँ पर, रेंडर के ऊपर. ठीक है, तो इस पॉइंट पे हमारी इस जर्नी में हम स्टेप 3 तक आ चुके हैं. हमने प्रोजेक्ट बना लिया है, हमारे मशीन पे काम कर रहा है, अब हमें इसको रेंडर पे डालना है. तो अब मूव करते हैं स्टेप नंबर 4 पे. अब रेंडर का क्या सीन है कि वो बहुत क्लोजली टाइड अप है गिटहब के साथ, तो आपको गिटहब पे पहले अपने प्रोजेक्ट को डालना होगा और वहां से रेंडर उसको उठा करके डिप्लॉय करता है. तो द बेस्ट थिंग टू डू राइट नाउ वुड बी कि आप गिटहब पे सबसे पहले एक रेपोजिटरी क्रिएट कर लो अपने प्रोजेक्ट के लिए. सो दिस इज माय गिटहब अकाउंट. न्यू पे जाना है. फिलहाल मैं रेपोजिटरी का नाम रेंडर डेमो कर दे रहा हूँ और फिलहाल मैं यहाँ पे लिख दे रहा हूँ. ये मैं इस तरह का डिस्क्रिप्शन इसलिए लिख रहा हूँ बिकॉज़ मेरे गिटहब पेज पे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं और उनको ऐसा लगता है कि क्या ये काम का है, तो मैंने उनके लिए मैसेज लिख दिया कि नहीं, दिस इज अ टेम्परेरी रेपो सून टू बी डिलीटेड. आपके केस में आप एक प्रोजेक्ट का डिस्क्रिप्शन लिख देना कि दिस इज अ प्रोजेक्ट दैट सॉल्व्स द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ स्टूडेंट प्लेसमेंट प्रेडिक्शन एंड इट इज डिप्लॉयड ऑन रेंडर. इस तरह का डिस्क्रिप्शन लिख देना. मैंने फिलहाल ये लिख दिया. रेपोजिटरी हमने क्रिएट कर ली है, हमें बस अब इसको एज ऐड करना पड़ेगा. सो आगे का काम यहाँ से होगा. कुछ नहीं करना है, सबसे पहले आपको एक नया टर्मिनल ओपन करना है बिकॉज़ इस टर्मिनल पे ऑलरेडी हमारा फ्लास्क एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है. तो यहाँ से हमने नया टर्मिनल ओपन किया और इस जगह पे हम लिखेंगे गेट इनिट. इससे क्या होगा कि हमारी एक एम्प्टी गेट रेपोजिटरी इनिशियलाइज हो जाएगी और यहाँ पे हमें क्या करना है कि हमें हमारे इस प्रोजेक्ट को हमारा गिटहब वाले रेपो से कनेक्ट करना है. उसके लिए हमारा कमांड होता है गिट रिमोट ऐड. रिमोट का नाम जनरली उसको ओरिजिन बुलाया जाता है और यहाँ पे हम ये यूआरएल दे देंगे हमारे गिटहब रेपोजिटरी का. तो ये कमांड क्या कर रहा है, मेरे प्रोजेक्ट फोल्डर को कनेक्ट कर दे रहा है मेरे गिटहब वाली रेपोजिटरी से. डन. अब हम यहाँ पे गेट स्टेटस करेंगे टू फाइंड आउट कि क्या क्या बदला है जब से प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुआ है. तो यू कैन सी इतनी सारी नई फाइल्स क्रिएट हुई हैं. तो मैं सारी नई फाइल्स को स्टेजिंग एरिया में लेके जाऊंगा और कमिट कर दूंगा. कमिट -m आई विल से नई फाइल्स क्रिएट हुई हैं. तो मैं सारी नई फाइल्स को स्टेजिंग एरिया में लेके जाऊंगा और कमिट कर दूंगा. कमिट -m आई विल से इनिशियल कमिट. एंटर मारा, कमिट हो गया. अब हम इस सारे कोड को पुश कर देंगे. तो हम लिखेंगे गेट पुश ओरिजिन मास्टर. अगर सब सही रहा तो ये सारा का सारा कोड पुश हो जाएगा इस जगह पे. अगर मैं इसको रिफ्रेश करूं तो यू कैन सी सब कुछ पुश हो गया. ठीक है, सो आवर गिट रेपोजिटरी इज रेडी. अब बस लास्ट स्टेप बचा है और वो लास्ट स्टेप क्या है, डिप्लॉइंग ऑन रेंडर. ठीक है, बहुत आसान है. लेट मी शो यू. आपको सबसे पहले जाना है रेंडर पे और आपको अपना एक अकाउंट बनाना है. आई वुड रिकमेंड आप लॉगिन करते टाइम गिटहब को यूज करो ऑथराइज करने के लिए. मैं साइन इन कर रहा हूं और मैं गिटहब के थ्रू साइन इन कर रहा हूं. इट्स अ गुड आइडिया, वैसे आप गूगल से भी कर सकते हो. और सिंस मैं पहले ऑथराइज कर रखा था तो यहाँ पे कुछ एक्स्ट्रा स्टेप्स नहीं हुए, उससे समझ गया कि ये बंदा पहले से है. और अब मुझे क्या करना है, मुझे इस न्यू पे क्लिक करना है और यहाँ पे मल्टीपल ऑप्शंस आते हैं आपके पास. स्टैटिक वेबसाइट बनानी है, वेब सर्विस बनानी है, अलग अलग ऑप्शंस हैं. हमें वेब सर्विस चाहिए. तो इस जगह पे आपको क्या करना है, आपको अपने रेपोजिटरी से कनेक्ट करना है रेंडर को. तो यहाँ पे देखो बोल रहा है गिट प्रोवाइडर क्या है, कनेक्ट गिट प्रोवाइडर. तो अलग अलग ऑप्शंस हैं, गिटहब है, गिटलैब है, बिटबकेट है. हम गिटहब पे जा रहे हैं. अब ये पूछ रहा है कि सारी रेपोजिटरी से कनेक्ट करना चाहते हो आप या फिर कोई स्पेसिफिक रेपोजिटरी से. मैं बोलूंगा कि मुझे एक सिलेक्टेड रेपोजिटरी चाहिए. ये वो सारी रेपोजिटरीज है जो मेरे गिटहब अकाउंट में है, बट मुझे चाहिए है रेंडर डेमो, ये वाली. सब सही है, इंस्टॉल, कनेक्ट हो गया. यू कैन सी मुझे बस इसको सेलेक्ट करना है और कनेक्ट पे क्लिक करना है और ये आ गए हम अपने मेन डिप्लॉयमेंट वाले पेज पे. बस यहीं पर मुझे कुछ डिटेल्स, इनफैक्ट मुझे कोई भी डिटेल्स प्रोवाइड करने की जरूरत नहीं है, सब कुछ पहले से दिया हुआ है. सोर्स कोड कहाँ से आ रहा है, इस जगह से आ रहा है. इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम क्या होगा, ये नाम आपको यूनिक रखना पड़ेगा. सो मैं इसको रख रहा हूँ रेंडर डेमो कैंपस एक्स. ठीक है, लैंग्वेज पाइथन 3 है, ब्रांच मास्टर है, रीजन उनका खुद का एक रीजन है वो सेलेक्ट हो गया. रूट डायरेक्टरी में स्पेसिफाई करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कमांड है. हमारे गिटहब रेपोजिटरी में requirements.txt फाइल होनी चाहिए रेंडर क्या करेगा, ये कमांड एग्जीक्यूट करके requirements.txt में जो भी लाइब्रेरीज का नाम लिखा हुआ है उनको इंस्टॉल कर लेगा अपने एनवायरनमेंट में, और उसके बाद ये हमारा सर्वर रन करेगा, बेसिकली हमारा ऐप रन करेगा, एंड दैट्स इट। इतना ही सेटिंग है। आपको बस एक इंस्टेंस टाइप सेलेक्ट करना है, यहाँ पे मल्टीपल ऑप्शन है बट आपको पता है आप फ्री वाले को सेलेक्ट करोगे, और इतना करने के बाद यहाँ पे एनवायरनमेंट वेरिएबल्स आप स्किप कर सकते हो, जस्ट क्लिक ऑन डिप्लॉय वेब सर्विस। जैसे आप इसके ऊपर क्लिक करोगे ये टर्मिनल आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, ये आपके सर्वर का टर्मिनल है, और आप देखोगे कि यहाँ पे धीरे-धीरे चीजें होना स्टार्ट हो गई हैं। वो सारे पैकेजेस जो हमने requirements.txt में डाले थे वो सब यहाँ इंस्टॉल हो रहे हैं एक-एक करके। दिस माइट टेक सम टाइम, सो लेट्स वेट। सो या गाइस, यू कैन सी, आप एक बार लॉग्स को गो थ्रू करोगे तो आपको दिखाई देगा सारे के सारे आपके पैकेजेस इंस्टॉल हो गए हैं, बिल्ड रेडी हो गई है, और उसके बाद आपका सर्वर स्टार्ट हो गया, और इट सेज योर सर्विस इज लाइव। अब अगर आपको यूआरएल चाहिए अपनी सर्विस का तो वो आपको यहाँ पे मिलेगा, दिस इज द यूआरएल ऑफ योर सर्विस। इस पर अगर आप क्लिक करोगे यू कैन सी ये आपका फ्लास्क एप्लीकेशन रनिंग ऑन रेंडर्स सर्वर, ठीक है। तो एक नए बच्चे का डिटेल देते हैं, बहुत ही नालायक बच्चा, आईक्यू 1 है, सीजीपीए भी 1 है, 10th में मार्क्स भी 1% थे,
हाँ
12th में मार्क्स भी 1% थे, कम्युनिकेशन
हाँ
स्किल भी 1 है।
हाँ
लेट्स सी इसका प्लेसमेंट होता है कि नहीं। बहुत बढ़िया, इट सेज इस बच्चे का तो प्लेसमेंट हो जाएगा। तो हाँ, हमने बहुत तगड़ा मॉडल बनाया है, बट उससे भी बड़ी बात, हमने अपने मॉडल को डिप्लॉय किया फ्री में ऑन अ सर्विस कॉल्ड रेंडर। सो गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, अगर आप मेरा कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट देख रहे हो या फिर किसी का भी कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट देख रहे हो,
1000 GBA, 10 max, 75, 12 max, 90. कितना चाहिए भाई तुझे फिर? At least this one. तो सब कुछ शांतियों से दिखा रहा है। अबे तेरी माँ की। Completely, I'm deleting this. Should I delete it? I delete ही कर देते हैं। अभी कुछ इतना खास कुछ किया नहीं। delete किया मैंने। Ah shit, I should have taken. 31 MB is not bad actually. Let's see what it will do. As he deployed that, yeah, right. Yeah, man. Templates. आता मैंने निकेल ला रहा था मेरे को। हाँ गिफ्ट इग्नोर है। Oh, yeah, not गिफ्ट इग्नोर। Hmm. Open this using I think I should do this. Hello? Properties. Open the PS mode. Terminal, new terminal. Really the first command. Mm-hmm. Email देखो। Last time से 10 for as I remember.
ट्री या फोल्डर बनाओगे। सो मैं ठीक है। अब अगला, ठीक है। और सकता हूँ माई अपने वर्चुअल इन्वायरमेंट करना है या एक्टिवेट करना है। सो आई जस्ट वेट।
अबे यार फिर पावर सेल नहीं चल रहा है, हमको ये चाहिए। अबे कमांड because it will not activate Python minus Python minus Python minus then Python. Okay.
v which means हमारा
My menu slash scripts slash UH.
जो पता होगा शायद जब हम इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को पुश करेंगे यहाँ पे लिख देंगे अपने इस प्रोजेक्ट फोल्डर में लेकर के आना है मॉडल है उसको हमें यहाँ पे पेस्ट करना है। सो बेसिकली व्हाट वी हैव टू डू इज ये जो मैंने model.pkl फाइल
Okay. Now I have to do control.
डाउनलोड की थी अपना फ्लास्क का पीवाई में क्या कंटेंट जाएगा फ्लास्क पे काम किया है। सो हो क्या रहा है कि हम अपने मॉडल को लोड कर रहे हैं। model.pkl अब ये पर्टिकुलर पेज नहीं पड़ेगी ये हमारे फ्लास्क वाले कोर्स में डिस्क्राइब कर रखा है। अगर आप
Templates. Oh. Hi. So उसके अंदर क्यों जा रहा है templates. Nodes, nodes, HTML. Okay, okay, okay.
हमारी वेबसाइट पे है जहाँ पर कुछ यहाँ पर हमने एक और मॉडल प्रेडिक्शन फाइल्स में आपके साथ करना पड़ेगा। एक दो छोटी मोटी चीजें करनी है जैसे कि numpy pandas भी मान ही लेते हैं तो हम लिखते हैं pip install ये है pandas की यूनिट क्वेरीज मैं ऐड करूंगा चीजें pip तो जो भी है दिस इज आवर एप्लीकेशन इसी को हमें डिप्लॉय करना है कहाँ पर रेंडर के ऊपर ठीक
हाँ लिमिट मिल जाएगा। Structure. Okay. This is my file structure. The model is for ASL detection. Now generate me and class app with clean UI and index UI and different paths that work on real time by taking user data and customize the web page the user likes it and it likes it and it is engaging for the user to use control C. Let me go same command code. Hold on. Let's see which one is better now. I think let's see. Okay, let's outline the structure item directly within an item. Gemini ಅವಾಗ ಮುಗ್ಸ ಆಗ್ತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಯವ. ಓಕೆ ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದು ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ 260 ಓಕೆ. एग्जाम भाई फिर इसको पहले से ट्राई करते हैं app.py for controllers app.py for అయితే ఇది అది index.html फिर इसके बाद क्या मैं जो तो सब हो गया फिर इंस्टॉल ये करना है। अरे यार इधर पेस्ट हो गया ये कंट्रोल तेरी माई की जो है कि जरा ओके कंट्रोल भी after that python app.py let's see how they are made it ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನೋಡೋಣ ಚಾಟ್ ಜಿಪಿಟಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಪ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲೋಯ್ತಾ ಇದು ಕೋಡು ಆಯ್ತು ಇದು ಚಾಟ್ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಸರಿ ಅನ್ಸಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಓ ಶಿಟ್ pip ಡಾಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು pip ಡಾಟ್ ಪೈಥಾನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಕೋಡು ಪೈಥಾನ್ ಆಪ್ ಡಾಟ್ ಪೈ let's see ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಆಗ್ತೈತೆ ಓ ಓ ಓ ಓ ನೈಸ್ ಎಂಗೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಾಯ್ತು ಇದು ನೋಡೋಣ ಕಡೆ I had to change the camera. Oh, nice. ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಯ್ತಾರ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಓ ಶಿಟ್, ಇದು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿರೋದಾ? Oh no. ಬಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಸೇಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. See, is there anything else? ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇದನ್ನು? ಹ್ಮ್ ಬಟ್ ಯು ಐ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಅದು. ಏ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. Oh shit, so I have to run this again. Model full model. Okay. No, it was work. Desktop. Delete model C. Here it's still model B. Okay. We were with us. Model. Now I have to copy the answer here. Now, hey, control A, control V, control S. Let's see whether it will work or not. Right? ಇದ್ಯಾವುದು ಕೋಡ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಇದು ಓ ಓಕೆ ಇದು ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಹ್ಮ್ ಹ್ಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಯಾವನಿದೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಮರ್ತೇ ಹೋಯ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲ कुछ भी भाई सब कुछ रिमूव कर दिया यार इसने अबे यार क्या वेबसाइट बना दिया भाई स्टॉप हो जा भाई हेलो यार ये क्या बना दिया भाई लास्ट अटेम्प्ट था तेरे लिए वो अभी इसका टेस्ट करते हैं भाई इसने भी दिया है इसका भी अच्छा खासा रहता है कंट्रोल ए कंट्रोल वी कंट्रोल एस And next, index.html templates. Control A, Control V, Control S. Detect HTML. Detect.html. Control V, Control S. About.html. About.html. Control S. Static styles.css. Okay. जा यार. Right? भाई तेरा रन भी नहीं हुआ यार, क्या कर रहा है भाई तू? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಐತೆ ಅಂತಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. Oh shit. Oh shit, 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 shit.
Hey.
Ah. How to change this? Oh, fuck. Okay. ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಚೇತನ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ ಚೇತನ್ ಹಾಕಿ
Nice one.
ಮೇಲೆ
Let's go. Yeah.
ಬರಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್ ಎತ್ತುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನೇ ದಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ಬೇಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೇತನ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರೆ.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Whoa, bro, crazy, right? Yes, in child like PHP. Just check what I can release. La 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 la, bro, crazy, right? Fuck. Let's go. This is taking like forever. Where is the website? I really like it. I've really seen this is really didn't just click fully. I hope so. Just change converse process. Compare. Oh shit. Ah. Shit, bro, it changed so much. I left that a minute. Wow. Wow. No, we'll check all these things. Crazy, right? What's going on? I had to fix this. Color is the best. Privacy, control you. Nice. Adding meeting and dark shadow is working. Privacy, interview controllers. Let's go. Best. Okay. तो चलो आए थे कुछ फिक्स कर देगा. This was also good change. Now it's okay. Now the issue is when the page loads, the gap behind the header is load and the main section is load. How to fix it? To fix the request and jumps behind the header when loading wave change adding at the top of the particle. This will prevent style of CSS adjust the body size. Okay, let me check it out. It might. Huh? Okay. Yeah, I have point family. But I have to check this once. If we view, no, so this suddenly ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. So yes. ಏನಾದ್ರು win ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತು. Control. This is staff list. Okay. Let me see. That's all right. For example, I had changed something, some values for the total to realize what's wrong. No, no, let's see how. Of course, brother. Bro, please, you have more best way. Right. Oh shit. Yes. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಐತ್ರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ ಫೋನ್ ಬರೋದ. I think I have to go to the class or something. I think you actually understood wrong. Like, let's try this. Index page, I think there is nothing to change in the index page, right? I think I have to remove that, yeah. Complete. Perfect. Index rename ಇಲ್ಲ time. I can try this. So detect control A, control C, control A, control A. Copy. Control A, control A, control A. Charge कर लिया phone.
I got the juice like a snow cone. Ice in my veins and a cold flow. I'm getting cash overseas by the boatload. You wanna ride my wave? That's a no-go.